Life.
Okay.
All right, we're live, guys. If anyone's out there, welcome to our stream again. Hey, little Smith. It's good to see you again. Glad you can make it. So I think I'm gonna have some really low background ambient music going just to set the mood right. Not bad. How are you? Awesome. Thanks for joining us. Is anyone here for the first time, by any chance? Is this your first stream? Yeah, these are all being recorded on the Twitch channel itself. You can view the last sessions, and they're also going up on YouTube. I think on the page, there's a link in the bottom. So no worries, definitely being recorded. Hey, Smurf.com. It's good to see you again. Yep, we're gonna wait a little bit before we get rolling here, so. I'm glad to see familiar names. You guys are awesome to do this with. By the way, are we talking about the site here? Um, um, this program right here is called GitHub Desktop. I can show you where I download it from. Yeah, so let's today let's actually get all the regions and let's set them all to their correct correct value or abbreviation. Yeah, we'll do that tonight. We'll probably do that first. Thanks for linking that, and I might mispronounce your name here. Matches? Is that right, Nolan? How would you pronounce that? May?
Makist?
Maches?
Yeah, Makist. Makist.
Or Makis?
Or Make Heist, I guess.
Mike Heist.
Well, if you wanted to go with the old Anglo-Saxon way, technically the AE would form an ash sound. So it'd be mashist, if that's what he's going for.
Perhaps. He said close enough. Hey, I'm sorry to hear that, little Smith. Yeah, so I'm using GitHub desktop application. Well, not this one. I think this is the link. Linux for the win as well. We're gonna wait a little bit, guys, before we get started. Let me know in the chat if this is the first time you're joining the session, and if you're stuck somewhere, I need me to clear something up from the last streams. Let me know, and I'll get to those before we get started for sure. All right, little Smith. So I'm also gonna commit something to GitHub here. I'll let you guys know when to pull. Yep, I'll go through some of those changes. I committed a couple of things after the stream and yesterday. A couple of things I wanted to fix on the side. One of the things I fixed was pointed out by somebody on Twitter. TSM Insanity found a bug where if you were searching for somebody with a space between their name, it wouldn't work. So we figured that out quickly, and I'll run through that. Yep. Thanks, Little. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah. So you'll see in the PHP code, I removed the spaces from the name, and we could have done that in JavaScript as well, but you'll see what I did. All right. So I was googling at work for music we could use during the stream, and I ran into this music for programming.net, and I play one of the playlists, and I actually kind of liked it. Anyone heard of this site before? If the person who recommended C9.io last time is still here, that is actually a really powerful website. I tried it out, and I was surprised I can basically simulate a local server right off the the browser. If you guys want to check that out, it was c9.io. I would use it, but I'm not sure how quickly everyone else would join me in the C9 session. It will also suck if I stop using SAMP and change to C9.io, having already spent so much time going through the steps to set up our local server here. We'll wait a little longer, guys. If you're just joining the stream for the first time, we're basically building a web application using Riot's API. Riot is the company that made League of Legends, and they provided an API to build cool things around their games. So Little Smith C9.io was something that was suggested by somebody last stream. It's basically an online text editor. It also lets you start a PHP server of sort, Apache rather, for PHP. So you can do exactly the same thing I'm doing here with SAMP, and having a local server I can type in the browser and use. C9.io, you can simulate all that inside your browser, along with a bunch of other cool features I noticed. A powerful tool if you guys want to check it out. Yeah, it's actually a little simpler to use. Yep. And one of the cool things I noticed is you can invite people to view your code. You can control if they have write access, so you can have multiple people working on the same project editing code, or you can just have them have read access and kind of just watch you. Yeah, it's really cool. I need to try it out more though, and if I really feel that it's worth using that instead, then maybe we can try it sometime. We'll get started soon, guys. Let's start at 7:45. So let's wait a little longer here. Let me post a tweet. Tips. Mm, Stack Overflow, obviously. And besides just working on a project using Angular, just be patient. I think at the beginning, I mentioned this last stream. With me and Angular, most of my mistakes were made because of misspelling of a service, or I forgot to include a service. Those are really, really simple mistakes you make at first. You kind of don't understand the workflow of adding, services and how to use particular ones. Exactly. Yeah. And then there's more advanced tips I can give you. Things like don't. Last time I didn't go over root scope. I'll go over that today, but some people overuse root scope, and you kind of want to stay away from populating root scope with a bunch of functions and variables, just because it's the easiest way to get something across controllers. But we'll touch on that later. Alright, I'm gonna load up our website. Let's take a look how it looks. Alright. If you're looking at my screen right now, I'm gonna commit all these images to GitHub. I tried looking in the forums for Riot developer, where the API documentation is, and I didn't find any static links to this. I only found summoner icons, champion icons, so I had to finagle my way around the internet and obtain these icons in a kind of shady way, but it doesn't matter. We got them, and I'm going to commit them to our repository. Yeah, I'm not going to name a website, but I made a PHP script to grab all the icons. Actually, I did that for all the summoner icons. I wrote a PHP script, made a for loop, figured out the naming scheme for the icons, and ran my script. And by the end, in less than a second, I had pretty much every icon. I did that today at work for the league badges or medals. Nice. Alright guys, I'm gonna commit this. Alright, that's no, not yet. Still uploading. Alright, so thank you, Little Smith. Yep, it's uploaded right now. So I suggest everyone just go ahead and pull and clean up your project, and let's start with this latest commit. If you're joining for the first time, we're basically building a web application using Riot's API for League of Legends. This is our second stream. The first stream, most of it was spent setting up our local server using SAP. And I spent a whole time giving an introduction to Angular and a little bit of PHP. And we're going to get started. Let me know if everyone got the last commit and if there's any questions before we start. Alright, so let's go over what I changed during between yesterday or between our last stream. I changed a couple things, so let's go over that. Hopefully it gets more stable there, Little Smith. Alright, so the first thing I want to show you that was fixed, in the core folder under Riot API, we fixed the issue where if the summoner name had a space, it wouldn't work. That was just because we weren't encoding the name. So we're using raw URL encode. Pretty much just adds a code between the spaces instead of just a blank space. So I can show you a demo of that. It works the same way in JavaScript. There's a function called encode URI. Let's see if this works. So the way encode URI works is you pass a string, and if there's any spaces or other characters that might cause a conflict with URL syntax, this encodes it in a way where it doesn't break. So if I put a space in here, it adds that %20 in it. That just means it's a space. So we use the PHP version of that. Let's call it raw URL encode. It's right here. Yep. We also renamed this function to get summoner ID to make it more clear. That's functionality. What else do we do here? Oh, and then in here, we remove the spaces from the name. As who was it? Someone earlier said that you have to remove the spaces. That's what we're doing right here. So yeah, you could technically use this function to replace spaces for %20. So that's all the changes I did for this file. For home, I had to go and look up the Bootstrap documentation and figure out a good way of getting the input and the select. So now it doesn't look funky. So I did that as well on home.html. So that looks a lot better. And that's actually it. Last stream I did not explain what I'm doing here. I'll do that today. I coded this towards the end of the stream where I realized how late it was. Yeah, let's do that. Alright, so let's get started. The first thing we should properly do now is the region list. We don't have all of them right now, so let's look up where to find all the regions and their values. So I'm going to log into Riot developers right now. Let's figure this out. Alright, should be somewhere in here. So we could have used that, but I think it's properly documented in one of these links. Alright, here we go. So as long as the host, all that's changing is the initial string or initial part of this link, then we're good as far as that because we're already adjusting for that. Alright, so let's code these in. We're not really using these anymore. Though we should keep them, he'll be useful. Alright, so let's start with EU and E. And can someone actually tell me what that translates to as far as the name? Is that Europe Northeast or something? Sorry, I should know this. So I do apologize.
Oh, EUNE.
Northeast, so
Yeah. Probably a reference to Scandinavia.
gotcha. Alright, so we got Europe Northeast. We're not really using this key name yet for any purpose, but just to know what the value equals to. It's better to have it than not. I feel bad. Hold on. Is that how you spell oceanic?
What are you trying to spell? Oceanic?
Yeah, I think I got it.
Oceanic.
Thank you, Nolan. Oh, I don't even know what TR is. Someone on the chat, let me know what region is TR. Hey, welcome, Meebs. Thanks for joining us. Thank you, Micus. Well, right now we're adding all the other regions. Oh, Turkey, of course. Can't forget about that TR tag. When you saw a TR tag in any game, you know it was trouble. I used to play a game called Silk Road, and we had a bunch of Turkey Silk Road players. Love those guys though. Alright, and Russia has to be RU. Someone correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, RU should be Russia.
And let's add PBE, just for the heck of it. Yep. Alright, so now we got all the regions. Let's hit save, and let's make sure that that's coming up on the select menu. Where is Brazil? It's not on this list. Oh, it's the first one. Of course. Good catch there, Spancia. Awesome. So let's check out the site. So if I click here, guys, by the way, last stream, a couple of us, or you guys, were having an issue where the page wasn't actually loading your changes. I think Little Smith was one of those guys. And it should have been a really simple fix, but none of us thought about this, including myself. The issue was that your browser was catching the old code. So what you do is you press F12 if you're on Chrome. And on here, if you click the gear, the settings icon, yeah, and Control-Shift-R also works. But on the developer tools, if you bring up the gear icon, you can actually check this box here to disable caching while the dev tools are open. And as Little Smith mentioned, Control-Shift-R does a hard refresh on your page. So if you notice, that's why I wasn't getting the changes with all the servers, or regions rather. So there we go. Cool. Yeah. There has been many battles fought because of browser caching websites, especially where I work.
Little known fact, the Cold War was actually a battle between Internet Explorer.
Alright, so we got the regions. Alright, let's try that. Smurf.com. Alright, so there is an issue here, and we'll go through it. Let me see what happens when I just have one space in my name. What's a friend? We all remember this guy. Okay, so let's fix this. Only works for NA, huh? If you have a space in your name. Nope, doesn't work here. All right, so it's a bug. We'll find a fix for it. Yeah, so let's look what's going on. Let's open up Riot API.php. Yeah, let's see. So the easiest way to debug this is to just return the URL I'm passing. So I'll start with that. Let me post a link to that. You can access the API documentation without having to log in at all. So I'm just gonna debug this. So let's see if we can figure this out. Hmm. Oh, okay. So here's an issue.
Smith's asking about why you added the //
Yeah, the actual URL is getting broken somewhere. You're saying on get summon ID you're using variable index and you never use it again. So yeah, right now I'm actually just returning the URL I built, and that's getting destroyed. Just a second here, guys. Okay. Yeah, I see what you were talking about now. Good catch. I think this was the issue. Let's try it now. Sorry about that. I was thinking about something else, so I should have noticed. Alright, let's try that again. So, a name with no spaces should work. That worked. Let's try a name with spaces now. Alright, that should be working now. Do you guys need me to push this out to GitHub? So the issue was that I was not using index. Good catch there, Sponsias. I still had name in here. So what's going on here is that when you have a name with a space, the object you get after using JSON decode, it's an object with where the key is the person's name, but Riot removes the spaces from it. So that's why we call this here preg replace, so that we can access that key. So I think that the best way for me to explain this, yeah, let's try Bali first. Bali, not OP. You are on AUS. And that's working now. Let me know if you want me to commit this. Even though it was a little small fix, I think everyone should have caught it. So yeah, here we go. Looks like Bali's in diamond. Pretty impressive. Let me explain how Riot is returning that object when we call JSON encode. I'm gonna show you how it looks in JavaScript. Alright, so when this function gets loaded and the URL gets set with the right parameters, at this point we get raw text, file get context. We just get text, then we gotta call JSON decode to decode the text into a JSON object. And at this point I'm gonna show you how it looks. So if you know your JavaScript basics, this is an object, this is an array, and this is an array of objects. What Riot is doing, after I decode that string, this is how it looks on the server side. So we have an object, and the first key or property of that object is the name that we typed in, lowercase. So if I type in Sal, that object is going to look like this. It's going to have a key Sal, and that key is going to have another object within with the entries for the league of all the other players in there. The entries is an array of objects. Then after entries we have like my rank. whether I'm diamond, and a couple other things that I'm not going to type here. Yeah. So, having said that, that's the reason why here I call this index variable, so I can access that object, which is just my name, as I said. Only that if it has spaces, it doesn't have the spaces in the object. So I have to remove it from the name, and then I call that the index. So the cool thing about this particular get summoner by name is that if we wanted to get more than one summoner, according to the API documentation, all you have to do is separate or split each name by a comma. And that's actually, we can actually see that in our current project. If I, in this input, if I type in two names, I'm going to get an object with two summoners. So let's see. So this is my name in the game, and this is my friend Orphan. Let's see how that looks at the end. Alright, of course. This is why I did this, because I only want the person I'm searching for. That's why I'm using index. So never mind that, because I'm tying this with get league. I only want the ID of the first person. Forgot I implemented that. But let's look at the developers Riot Games documentation, and we can see how that works, or how that looks. Yep, this will be recorded on here on the Twitch channel, and also uploaded to YouTube. So let's look at the reference. Right now we are calling League by Summoner, so I think it's League 2.5. We passed in an ID. I forgot what my ID is. I'm going to get it through my site right quick. It's 525738. Oh, I gotta log in. Thanks for linking that.
No problem.
So I was saying the response body is just an object with the ID. Here's the entries. Here's my rank name. And then if I wanted to search for multiple, all I have to do is just separate it by a comma. The same works for Summoner 1.4. I can do multiple names on here. And they're just going to be objects. One object with keys being the names that you search for. Alright, so that's cool to know, but it's not going to get us anywhere right now. Let's just keep going with the other changes I want to do to the site. Hey, no problem, fight the big. You can catch up by watching the videos at your own pace. Follow me on Twitter. If you run into an issue, send me a private message, and I think I can help you out. Alright, so let's continue, guys. So currently, if we look at our home.js, we have this Ajax in here. this is not where I want it. And I'll show you why. If we look at our folder structure, I have a module called home. That's the one we just did and the one we're on. And then I have another module called summoner. So go ahead and open that up. Go open summoner.js and summoner.html. So if you guys remember when I was explaining a little bit of Angular and how it provides the HTML template based on what you have set on your URL. So if you look at home.js, at the top we have route provider service, and here we're configuring it so that when we have home in the URL, it inserts the following template, which we have in the folder, home.html, and then it assigns the following controller, home controller, to that page, being that Angular is modular. That being said, if we look at summoner.js, we have this similar setting here for the route. We have when the URL is summoner, and then here we have two things you guys probably haven't seen before. The column signifies that this is going to be a variable that we're going to pass through the URL, sort of. More like it's a variable that we're going to have in the URL that we want to utilize in the controller later on. And I'm specifying that by the columns here, region and name. So let me show you how that works. I'm going to close out of my other files just to keep focus on what we're going to work on now. So right now I only have summoner.js open and summoner.html. Alright, so check this out. Right now, if I were to take the URL and type in summoner, followed by a region and a name, let's see what happens. Alright, let's do that. Alright, so let's look at our controller we're using here, summoner controller. I added the service route parameters or route params. This service allows me to look at the URL and check if there's a variable we're trying to use, and it grabs it. It's actually just an object. So that's why down here in the scope, which we already used before, scope is just to allow me to bind elements from HTML to some JavaScript variable. That's what I'm doing here. I'm doing scope.url, and then I'm utilizing route params. I'm getting .region. That's going to get me the region here, NA. And then I'm getting the name. And then down here, I'm just printing that out just so that we know it's working. So what we want to do is, when we are on home, on the home page, as soon as we hit enter, we want to route the page to summoner/region/name. And then we'll let the summoner page do the AJAX calls to pull the data for that summoner. So let's do that right now. So let's go back to home.js. I'm gonna go ahead and
enter channel.
Hey, I'm streaming. Just a second. Thanks for interrupting my stream, bro. Say hi to like 10 people.
I guess, I don't know. Send me the stream. Actually, I probably have it.
There's 23 people.
Okay. uh, I am seeing that you have muted everyone.
All right. Let's proceed. So, where was I at?
Player 12 moved to League of Legends.
So we want to use the home controller here. As soon as someone types in a name, we want to route the URL to the summoner controller and let the summoner controller handle the AJAX calls. So let's do that. So first, let me remove this AJAX call. So since it doesn't make sense to have it here anymore, we're not going to execute that from home. So let's remove this. I'm just going to copy and paste it over and leave it commented. All right. So now if we remember this scope.search summoner equals function key, this is the function that gets executed when you hit enter on this input. And this is the function where we're gonna force the URL to change to the next state. So let's look up what service to use for that, what Angular service. If I remember correctly, it was the state. So I do a lot of development in something called Ionic Framework. And they have a different service called State Go. But I think in bare Angular, or the original Angular, is Route Go. I might be wrong. I need to refresh my mind here. Alright, so good old faithful Stack Overflow. Please solve my issues. It's actually location, huh? Alright, so let's add the location service to home controller. And let's look up the documentation for location. Alright, so let's get educated here. How do we use this? Alright, so I think path, this method is a getter setter, returns path of current URL when called without any parameter. Change path when called with parameter and return location. Oh, this gets my current path. Okay. So it's actually the URL we want to use, maybe. Or am I wrong? Because it says it's a getter and a setter. It's going to be path. So yeah, it's path. That's what Stack Overflow said. So let's try this out. In here, let's say location, path, and again we're gonna need TSM Insanity. Welcome back. We are gonna cover the question you sent me on Twitter. Alright, so back to what we're doing here. Alright, so let's try to change the URL to summoner. Then here is going to be the region. And then the name. And let's see what happens. Hey, it worked. That's what we want. And we should do a test case for when there's a space in the name. We want to make sure that works too, right? So let's try that. See, we're learning pretty quick. I'm definitely going to have to encode URI the name. I know that already, but I'm going to break it on purpose anyways. Oh, are you telling me that Angular solves that issue for me automatically? It seems like it. Good old Angular doing things for me. That's why we use Angular, because it does so much for you without work. So we don't have to worry about encoding the URL and the spaces, though. When I want to send the AJAX, the PHP needs it to be where it was before without the encoding, so we're going to have to decode it. Alright, so let's continue.
Sponge was asking if you needed that timeout function.
So the reason for the timeout function, it's a workaround for the Angular cycle, digestive cycle. So remember how I mentioned that Angular automatically refreshes the DOM elements for you, DOM elements? There was an issue we got where as I type the person's name and hit enter, that scope, as soon as I hit enter without the timeout, that scope, the name wasn't registering up to the L. It was stopping at A. And it's just because the Angular digest, which is just this magical thing that's always digesting changes in the scope and root scope, it was executing it after I hit enter, if that makes sense. I might have set that backwards. So the reason why we have timeout is because it gives, I think it forces Angular to digest first, and at the end of the timeout, that variable would have caught up or have been equivalent to what's being shown here. So yeah, it's a really annoying Angular bug, but once you understand how the Angular digest works, you find workarounds like this. Or I think this could have been avoided. Maybe there's some super Angular user out there that has a better solution. Go ahead and let us know if you're out there. So that's why we have the timeout. So yeah, this worked. And this worked how we wanted it to. So this is routing us to the summoner controller. And now we can continue with just the summoner.js file. We landed here safely. Alright, so I'm going to leave this code here still for debugging. I should do a quick change to the HTML, add some bootstrap. Alright, so now let's start using the AJAX. As soon as we land on this page, we want to execute a series of AJAX calls, or maybe just one. We'll start off with the one we had before, which is just getting the league data. There's different strategies to how you want to code the functions you launch as soon as you land. You can put it all in one function and then call like a wrap it around a ng init. I think to keep it simple, I'm just gonna have the bare Ajax call just hanging around in the controller, just to make sure this gets executed as soon as the controller loads. Alright, so we're here. And we know that the parameters we need are in our URL to make this Ajax call, of course. So let's do that. The data we're going to send to the Ajax is in this object. Let's just build one from scratch. Actually, I'll do it in a line above. Let's keep it while we had it. But let's give it a more detailed name. So like I said, right now the Angular automatically encodes my spaces. And then decodes them, or this could just be getting shown like that, but let's log the URL object just to see how it looks in JavaScript. Or the route param. I want to get a clear understanding of how this looks, and oops, don't want to leave this hanging for now. All right. So let's see, in JavaScript, it's already being put to lowercase, and it's being decoded back to its original form. So that's really good. That means that we can actually just send route params as our data to the Ajax, to the backend. We don't have to do any filtering on our variables. So in the Ajax here, scroll to the right. For what we're passing to the server, just type in here route params. Since this is an object already. So let's walk through what's going on here when the Ajax gets called. I know I went over this our last stream. So there's HTTP post. It's gonna hit engine.php and it's gonna send the method route on the URL as a variable. So let's look at engine.php to see what's going on here. Where's engine.php? Here it is. Just expand this a little bit. This engine is the doorway to all our calls. So when we hit this PHP file, it's going to define a class. It's called engine. Then it's going to hit this if statement, if method equals route. Get the post data we're sending. So in this case, the post data is the the route params object, which just contains name and region. That's what we have here, folks. This is what engine input is doing. It's just getting that data, which is like this. You just read off the PHP / input. And then we perform the instructions. So looking back at the Ajax here, we also specify the class and the function we want to do. So that's what we're calling here. After we got the data, we can get the class, the function we want to call, and then the data we want to pass in. So let's look at function route. We initiate the class. We load in the data to that object. And then we invoke that function we specify. So this is kind of a hacky way to easily call, implement more API calls in the future, or classes. As long as that class is included in the engine.php, we can use this clever technique here. So let's look at Riot API. The class is Riot API. And the function we are calling here is getLeague. That's what we're calling from the Ajax function getLeague. So that's going to hit that, and it's going to do our API calls. So let's try this out. Oops. Let's go to our landing page. Alright, we have a bug. We forgot a curly bracket here, if you guys got that error. There was a curly bracket missing in the Ajax. Should look like this now. This whole part of the function is an object, and it was missing the curly bracket at the end. Cool, so let's try this out. Let's go to our landing page. Let's type in a name. I'm going to type myself, enter, and something broke. Of course, the most common mistake in Angular is forgetting to add the service. So if you saw here, HTTP is not defined. That means your controller does not have that service. It doesn't have that functionality. So we need to add it. We can try this again now. Hey, Little Smith, let's read this error: failing to initiate. It looks like you renamed the you renamed something in that controller, or in that module in your home.js. That's for homepage. Hey, Little Smith, can I add you on Google Hangouts? Let's have a hangout. Let's solve this issue together, guys, before we move forward. I think on Hangouts you can do screen sharing pretty quickly. So Little Smith, add me on Hangouts. Let me see how I can start one right quick. Alright, so I'm going to post this URL, and I think you should be able to join me. All right, that's the URL. Join me and then share your screen and let's walk through the bug here. It should be a simple fix. It looks like you just mistyped some Angular syntax. Anyone else is welcome to join this. No, not a big deal. All right, so hey, Little.
Hello.
Hey, see if you can quickly show your desktop for your code.
I think.
All right, so let's look at your home controller. First, let's get your Chrome error again. Let's read it.
After.
Unexpected token on summoner.js. Oh yeah, this is the issue I got just a second ago. So go to home.js. Hey, anyone can join this hangout. It's not a big deal. We could probably use it more if anyone else has an issue and we need to share that error on screen. We can use Hangouts. So if you expand summoner.js there, bring it all the way up. And then, oh, so you have the curly bracket there already.
See, because it's not loading the home page at all.
Oh,
It's like I don't get the option to type in the name.
gotcha. Go back to Chrome. And then you see where it says unexpected token. Can you click all the way to the right? Click on summoner.js. Oh, here we go. Just delete that that whole line. Delete it on Sublime. That's the bug though. So URL data. And hit save, and let's try that again. Though I think I noticed, let's try that again, though there might be 2 bugs here. Did you actually save that by any chance?
Yeah, I think so.
Alright.
Yep.
So let's look at the console now. Let's see what's freaking out. Unexpected. So do the same thing. Hit on the home.js line 12 link.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I see it. So you're missing a comma after location.
On
Line 12 after HTTP. On line 12 of summoner.js, sorry. You're missing a comma there. And then, so look here. We have scope, we have route params, we have log, and then HTTP. Then inside a function, you want to make sure that looks identical. So you have scope, route params, and then you're missing HTTP. And I think there's one more bug in home.js if you want to go in that file. And then I think it was at the top, the same controller definition. You're missing a comma after location.
Oh, right. Oh, I
Yeah,
didn't know
yeah.
you had to put one in before the function.
No problem. So let's try that. I made this mistake every time when I was starting Angular, so nothing to be
Yep.
ashamed of.
Yep, that's it working now.
All right, awesome. So let's we'll end this call and we'll use this again if you run into an issue. All right.
Yep.
All right. Let's keep going, guys. All right. So again, we go to our landing page. type in Sal, it routes it to Summoner controller. Then we look at our console here, and we can see that we're doing the Ajax, and it's coming back with valid data. That's awesome. So we're getting somewhere here, guys. This is good. All right, so at this point, we're at a crossroad. I think we should have a vote on what we should develop next. What I had planned was just setting up the basic profile. You know, getting the summoner icon you're using right now. Reading what your rank tier, and actually, it makes sense to do that. Why am I even debating? I mean, what else would you do? I think we should start with that, and then we'll take care of the rest later. So let's give me a break. I'll be right back in a second. Hey, we're actually going to go into that next. We're going to start using ng source to do some cool things. Why did I use Angular? Because Angular is awesome. It's just what I'm good at, actually. It's my strongest suit. There's other frameworks out there. There's Ember, or if you just want to use raw jQuery, that's cool too. It's just that I've been doing Angular for going on to 3 years now. Yeah, I'd say about that. Angular is really useful. Once you start getting the hang of it, you can build some great modular projects. TSM Insanity, you're asking when we're going to use ng source and the badges. That's next. Soon. Let's make a commit before I go on to the next point, guys. I think this is a good commit. Thanks for linking that, smurf.com. And alright, we're gonna go back to it. I'm just not sure what happens to my ambient background hipster music. Guys, I'm using music for programmers.net here if you guys want to check that website out. Alright, so let's take a step back and look at what we want to do next exactly. We need to make sure we have all the API calls we're going to need. So I'm going to go to the API documentation here. We'll start off by displaying the summoner icon. And I think that icon is in a API call we're already using. The summoner 1.4. Oh, I had that up already. Summoner by name. Does this? Yep, this returns profile icon ID. Revision date. Alright, so we already have this API call set up. It's just that we're only using it to get the ID. So we need to make changes to Riot API.php. So open up that file under core Riot API.php. I'm going to close everything out, even though I'm going to open it again later. And expand get summoner ID. So like I said, at this point we're only getting ID from this, so we're not really using it at its max. So here, let's rename this just rename this to get summoner. Then down here, instead of just returning ID, I'm going to return the entire object. So now this is no longer just ID, this is going to be summoner. Let's just call it summoner, why not? So we got the summoner object. And then the next thing we're going to do, and the URL here, instead of having ID here, we can have ID. We can do this. I'm gonna add a new variable called ID. So now we don't have to worry about that. I don't know why I have this line of code. Don't need that anymore. Alright, so then after we do this call here, instead of calling this data, since the API call we're using up here in this URL is the league 2.5, let's rename that to just league and not data. That means that I have to update here. I'm gonna do a quick commit because I know when you rename a lot of things you can break stuff, so we didn't really plan ahead for this, but it's okay. We're starting from scratch here. That means that I have to set that to league as well. This is Sublime Text. Sublime Text 3. Alright, so we have the league here. And I still have this original, well, this brand new summoner object I'm passing instead of just the index. So what I'm going to do is, to that summoner object, I'm going to append league to it. I'm going to add that. I might be doing this wrong, guys. Let's try this out first, see how it works. Though I'm using a object pointer, so maybe I need to do this instead. Hold on. Nah, I think this makes sense. You know what? It could be this instead. Let's try what I have first. It's been a while since I've done PHP continuously. So let's see what we get when we have it like that. And if this works again, I'll do a commit just in case someone created a bug while we were renaming all those variables. Alright, so we're on home. Let's see what we get in the console. We'll probably get some sort of PHP error. Yep. Alright, cannot use object of type st class and array. Line 34. Of course, this is not how you do this. Alright, so let's resort to Stack Overflow here. So that worked, guys. So now if we look at our object, it contains another object called league. And then outside of that, we got my name and my profile icon. And then revision date, which we'll learn how to use that soon. And summoner level. Cool. So let me commit this to GitHub before I continue. So if you run into an issue just now by renaming stuff, just pull from GitHub. Alright, I'm pushing out to the repository and it's there. You guys can pull. So if you don't need to pull, does it mean everyone's doing fine? Did everyone rename all those variables? And is it working? So what we did, we changed the way our get summoner ID function worked. First we renamed it to just get summoner, and instead of just passing the ID, we're gonna pass the entire object, or the entire body of that object, which is explained here in summoner version 1.4. That entire object passes back the ID, which we're using to get more details later. We're also passing back the name, profile icon, and summoner level and revision date. So that's what's getting passed right here. And now this function shouldn't be get league anymore. This should kind of just be like get profile. Or we should actually make a new function called get profile that combines these two functions. Because at this point we're getting back we're gonna build an object with, you know, a bunch of profile properties and details, such as league. Then we might add in here like the last 10 matches, so then we'll use matches API call and stuff like that. So yeah, we'll eventually refactor more code, move around more things. But at this point, let's go to what we TSM Insanity asked before he loses his patience. Love you guy, love you kid. I'm just messing with you. So here we go. Let's open up Summoner HTML and Summoner.js. So let's start out by displaying the correct profile icon. And there's some static data we can use for that. If we go to the API documentation and go to static data, scroll down to data dragon, image and data URLs, profile icons. So if we open this up, it shows you the right icon for the profile icon ID you have selected. Oh yes, I got that error too, by the way. That is because we need to get rid of this code we have here. We don't no longer need this. Let's just start out with just an empty response here. Alright, so again we have here some static data that Riot provides us, so that we don't have to download all these icons. We can just reference this link here, and I'm going to show you how to dynamically load the summoner's icon here. So let's get started. So to keep things simple first, I'm just not going to worry too much about my CSS. I'm just going to do some simple things here. Hey Sal, do you recommend following along live and just getting the updated code from GitHub, or watching the VODs before and then watch the stream later? If you already know how to set up a local server, you can catch up. Really, that's the only thing that you're going to require for you to just quickly download the code from GitHub and get a local server running so that you can see what you're coding. Can you explain why you are not using different two objects, one for profile and one for league, and you can combine these two. So what I want to build here is just one giant profile icon, and I want to have the core object. I want it to be the basic information for that summoner, such as the ID, the name, your profile icon, your level, and then I want to have the extra add-ons to that summoner, more details such as his league data. That's what I have it in league. If we look at our object here, we have one main object of just the basic summoner details, and then I want to have like individual keys to that object for the other API calls, such as, you know, league data, match history, just so that we have one object for one summoner, as opposed to having, you know, two different objects for two things that in theory are very related. They have cohesion, you know. We're talking about one summoner here, sort of. Though if we look at the league data and the entries, there's an entry for all the other people in his league. I think that's still relevant data to this main object, you know. We don't want to decouple our things where we have just things that are related, just separate, laying around. No problem, Mike. By the way, Mike, there's an introduction YouTube video. If you were to watch that, I'm gonna link you that YouTube video, by the way. I did this stream on Monday. And in this YouTube link in the description, there's time links to different times in the video where I go over the more important step, so that you can quickly go through those links and quickly set up SAMP. That should take you maybe 10 minutes. As long as you have SAMP running and you know how to get my code from GitHub, you can quickly join me in this live stream. So I'm gonna link that over right now, just a second. If you're still there, guy. I don't know if you left. I'm gonna link it anyways. Oh, so you're running SAMP now, right? The response from Reddit was awesome, though. Oh, okay. In that case, then I made a push not too long ago. You can just go to GitHub. Awesome. How about this? How about I just commit right now, and you go to GitHub and download that, and then you will be cut on. So let's do that right now. I don't think I made that many changes since the last one. What I basically just edited some HTML, and I removed this. Yeah, it's really minimal, but yeah, I don't mind. So that's syncing. And that should be on GitHub now. Let me know on the chat when you downloaded the zip and extracted it into your htdocs. Hey, you know what? Did I have this saved? I had Summoner.js saved. It's not a big deal. You can easily write this code right here. Yeah, let me know when you cut on. And after that, we'll pick up where we left. So whoever was asking that question, I hope I answered it. Why do we want to have just one object? We want to keep things that are related to each other in one object. Hey, I'm gonna take we're waiting for Mike, so I think if you refresh Twitch, you might lower your latency between the chat and Twitch. Also, I don't have the best of internet services. I don't know if that has to do anything with it, but I don't have cable. I'm on AT&T, the Uverse internet. Firstly, there's no cable provider for where I'm at, so I have to stick to this for now. Awesome, Mike. So let's keep going here.
Hey, to no cell, I'm running a 75 meg connection now, thanks to Comcast. Just do it over here.
Yeah, that's slightly better than my current one. Though it's not too bad, to be honest. But yeah, we have that as an option.
You going for the 75?
No, mine is not that fast, but it's still good enough to at least have a stream. Though if I was to play a game of League of Legends, I'd probably get a bad ping. But we'll talk about that tomorrow. Alright guys, so let's continue here. So I was just gonna start using ngSource. ngSource, let's look up the documentation. So ngSource just lets me put double curly bracket syntax in my attribute string. So as you can see here, let's go back a couple versions of Angular. Oh, I wonder why they're using ngSource set. Oh, it's because that's the one I pulled up. No worries. There's not much in that documentation anyways for that. So here I have ngSource, and what I want to do is this static data that we pulled up, this URL, I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to put it in my source. And then here at the end, instead of having 588, I'm going to first link my scope to a variable so that we can bind it to HTML. So here in summoner.js, we got our response. Let's set our response to an object. So that we can bind it to the HTML. Alright, so now if we want to get the profile ID from here, let's look at our actual object here. We got data. We want to get profile icon ID, which is 869. So all I'm going to do is here, put in curly brackets for Angular syntax, and then I'm going to say summoner, because that's my scope key here. And now we're in that object, and we want to get the key profile icon ID. So I'm going to do dot. So that's going to dynamically update for me. I'm going to close that. Yeah, TSM Insanity, we can do stuff like that. If I see that we're doing something that it makes sense to have it on the stream where everyone else can benefit, then we'll do that instead. If you're running into some issues, or if you have, some question I can get to quickly during my time at work, then feel free. Otherwise, if you send me something about doing something in Angular that I can really simply do in our project and everyone can view and learn, then we'll just wait until the next stream, depending if it's the weekend or not. If it's the weekend, we'll see, guys. We'll see how my time is this weekend. We should be able to do another stream on late Saturday, maybe. I know the LCS is on, so we'll see. Just follow me on Twitter. All right. So again, we're using ng-source here to dynamically show the Right's profile icon. We implemented that, so let's give it a test run. So here I'm just going to refresh the page. When the Ajax comes in, I get an error, so we messed something up. Let's see what it was. It works for Smurf.com, but it's not working for me for some reason. I wonder if my icon is just not it's not in this static data here, which is going to be unfortunate. So let's try out other names here. Alright, so it works for my friend, but it doesn't work for me. Hey, that's not cool. For some reason, my icon, which is the origin icon for EU LCS, it's not in this static data. That's not cool. And this is in the API documentation. I wonder if we have other options. Let me see. Is this what we're using? Yeah, this is not, you don't want to have this or use this static data if it's not going to be that reliable with everyone else's. There's another site I can use, so I'm trying to find it here. Yeah, we can do something like that. We can have a kind of a try catch. Let's see here. So yeah, we were able to set this icon to work for most of us, but it looks like the static data URL is not that reliable because some icons are not found yet. So, as Smurf.com said, better call Sal. You know, it's funny. at work, Nolan's laughing because he works with me. Somebody already came up with that reference. I actually have a picture by my desk that says "Better Call Sal." Yeah, I might have to just download all the icons if it's gonna be more reliable than the dragon thingy here. So, but yeah, what you said, which is what we should do, if the icon's not found, we should show some sort of temp placeholder, and that's something we're gonna have to look up how to do. I think it's a quick attribute though. I think it's the I got another site to get the icons from. Give me one sec. I have it on my other site. Oh, so there's different versions to this D-Dragon? Is there a newer version? That didn't work. You know, actually, we could just link to. Hey. Awesome. Hey, good job to TSM Insanity. Let's try out how reliable this is. Though it looks like instead of passing the profile or the icon ID, it looks like it's taking a name. Let's say if I yeah, I don't know if this is more ideal, but let's give it a try. First, I would like to know if this works with, if it's case sensitive. So if I have lowercase Sal, it works. And how does it handle spaces? Let's try that. Oh, I just mistyped this name. Hey, so this looks really reliable there. Thank you, TSM Insanity. So let's implement this. Only now it almost makes no sense to pull the profile icon ID because now we're just using the name. So it's kind of... yeah, it's not what I was expecting. Alright, so just instead of using ID, we're just going to reference name. And if we go here, change that to name, and then we also got to change the link, and we're also going to have to code in here the region, and that's not even part of my object here. But what I can do here, first let's add this in here. Then we're gonna have to update the region as well. See, I'm surprised this site, it's not in the... It's not in the API reference. If it's gonna be more reliable. Huh, alright. Alright, so now we need to have the region and the summoner object, and right now that's not being passed by the API, so we're gonna have to go in Riot API.php and just add that to it. So what we'll do, let's just add it down here, or up here actually. Hey, so does that version work? Because I rather, let's try that, because I rather use that instead of having to rely on the name. So let's try that. Where was it? Right here. No, this is the champion. Change that to 5.15, and then hit enter. Alright, that one still works. Now what was my icon ID? Hey, it works. Good find, good find. So it just seems that the API documentation needs to be updated. So let's use that instead, because I'd rather not have to append more things to this that are not already being passed, or not being passed at all. I don't know. Don't like doing hacky things. Though sometimes you don't have a choice. So we won't need to do this. Alright, good find there, thank you. Some insanity, you also had a good find. Look. Alright, save and let's see what happens. Oh, forgot to remove that. And that works. So really good. This is a good start. If you've never done this before, you're probably amazed. Yeah, this is great. Let's read up the Angular, Bootstrap, and let's design something that looks better. And this is where we can collaborate on this. If you want to go ahead and try making your own layout here, try something, and if you think it looks good, let me know on chat. Not sure if it matters, but my icons don't appear in the same location as yours. It's probably because you forgot to wrap the summoner.html. It's probably not being wrapped around this div class container. That's a Bootstrap class that just gives it that margin around the border. If we use container-fluid, we can get rid of that spacing, but How to implement a background image? Yeah, we'll get to that. You could probably find something quicker if you just Google CSS background image. And then you gotta make sure that image is in the right resolution. But we'll get to that soon. Let's actually design our profile here. So let's, like I said, let's contribute in this part of the project. Let's all try to contribute. So Bootstrap, they do have like a media thingy down here that I kind of like. Let's see, components. And we might also just want to use a panel to kind of give it a nice border. Man, they've had this song on here for forever. Media objects. So the media objects are not a bad idea. Oh, look at this. We can have our profile on the left and our rank badge on the right. So let's try to re-engineer this one. So I'm going to copy HTML here. I'm going to paste that in this. Then copy it. Alright, let's see what they got. So what's going on here? I got no picture of anything, just a white screen, but throwing no errors. Weird. Yeah, we can do our hangouts if we don't figure this one out. But make sure you have your console open. So it looks like you're not even making the Ajax. So it sounds that in your summoner.js file, make sure that you have the Ajax being executed. If you got nothing on your console, well, you said no errors, but did you at least get this response? There's probably a plugin I can use to do this quickly, but Little Smith, right, works with no summoner names. Mike, did you get an object return? Yeah. Make sure you have your console open on the page. It's F12 if you're using Chrome. And let us know if you see anything in the console when the page loads. Alright. We don't want this anchor link. Hey, Mike. Another thing that might be happening here. Uh, do a hard refresh on your page. Do Control Shift R. It might be your cache is not being cleared. Also, if you have your developer tools open, if you go to the gear on the right, and then disable cache while dev tool is open, and then refresh the page, that might work. Let me know. Alright, let's check out his screenshot. Oh, warning, file get content. So, this is probably your API key. You just downloaded this straight from GitHub. The API key and the code, I disabled it. I requested a new one for myself. So what you want to do is log into developer, developer.riotgames, sign in, and you should have a free API key. As soon as you log in, you'll see it. And after you get that key, you're basically going to go into the core folder, API key, API key.php, and you're going to define it there. You just copy paste. Not a problem. Oh, and let's wrap this around a... Should we try a panel just to see how that looks? And of course we need our... I like the container. Yeah, I don't really like this. Doesn't matter because we're gonna do something later where we're not gonna show anything until this API actually kicks in, just to let the person viewing the site know that it's loading. We'll do something for that. We have a panel here. I'm gonna shrink this. Let me see what happens. Alright, it got shrunken. Let's center this thing. Alright, that's center. And maybe I should make my name a little larger. Alright. This is bugging me. Alright. So let's keep populating our profile here. We got a lot of information we can just grab from our data object. Yeah, let's sync to GitHub. I think this is a good place to do so. Why do we want to background the page? We want to be like Google. Google's just plain white. Just kidding, by the way. Well, yeah, if you want to link him like a Stack Overflow or some sort of answer to his question. So yeah, that's committed. You guys can pull. I'm gonna wait a little bit for you guys to, if anyone wants to pull the latest change or commit. I'll be right back. Yeah, you could do that as well. Body style, background, link. All right, let's continue. So we have a lot of information we can get here from League. We can get what rank I'm in, or what league name, like Casiopea's Masterminds. I can show that under here. All right, so if we look here at our response and we expand League, let me get the magnifying glass. In my League object, and this is where it gets a little tricky, because if you have a ranked team, you also get league data for that ranked team. So right now, again, we're in my summoner object. I expand the league. I'm currently getting 2 league objects. One for my ranked solo queue, or ranked solo 5 versus 5. And then there's also ranked team. So right off the bat, it's like there's no clear, well, there is a clear indication if you're looking at the object, but as far as the code, I'm wondering if it's always like the first object in this list is my ranked solo 5v5. It's better not to depend on it always being that way. You might have somebody who's still doing their placements but has a ranked team, and this data might come back with just one object. You can't assume that first object is always going to be the ranked solo queue information. Yeah, well, as I just said, it's better not to in the code program and assume that it's always going to be in that same order. particular order at least. So what we do here, and I'm going to show you guys, we're going to filter through these objects, and we're going to pull what we want based on the queue name. So we're going to write some JavaScript code for this. So let's start by getting my rank solo 5v5. Let's write some JavaScript code for this. All right. So before I set my scope summoner, let's do some data manipulation here. All right, let's think about how we want to do this. So we have our data object or a summoner object. And then when we expand the league object, we get one key for my ID. And then inside of this object, we have, no, this is an array, so that's good. So this is going to be an array. So we want to get to this array and do a for each loop. So we got to get there first. So let's do this. Let's do response, data, and like I said, the first key is the ID in league. So let's do league. And then we want to get to this ID here. So we're gonna do we want to get this ID in the summoner object. So we just do response data ID. So I'm going to show you guys what this code does. You know, I wonder if never mind. Let me just play the music back on. Alright, so let me show you guys what's going on here in this Angular for each. So here I want to get to this array, which is the array that contains all the leagues I'm in, which is this one. You see how it says array? I'm going to get to this array by specifying all the keys before that, which are my data. Then I do league, and then here I pass the ID, and that gets me to the array. So this right here is that array, correct? So what Angular for each does is that for each object in an array, you can do some sort of JavaScript to it. And we know that each object in this array just signifies a league. So that's why I labeled it league. So I did Angular for each league, and this array, I want to do something cool to it. Right now I'm just going to console log the league so you guys can see what I'm getting. So let's refresh the page. Alright. Oh, nice, very nice. Very good, TSM Insanity. Alright guys, so watch. That console log, where I'm console logging each league, it's an object. And these are the objects. So here I have my ranked solo, 5v5, and my ranked teams. So this is what I'm gonna do. And you guys might debate if this is really the best way to approach this. But for now, I think what I want to do is our main summoner object, which is this one. I'm going to add a new key here. And each key, I'm going to give it the name. Like this object, I'm going to take it and then I'm going to add it to the main object outside of it, outside of League. Or maybe I should keep it in Leagues. Let me see what you guys think. There's just different approach I can take to this, and I want to do the one that makes most sense and does least work on the JavaScript engine. So yeah, okay, I think this makes the most sense. First, let's debug this error we got. Oops. I thought you linked an image. You are getting posts. Engine.php not found. So, no, that's not related to the API. Look at your folder structure. You might have engine. You should have it inside of the app folder. It should be in the root. Not in the root. It should be inside of app. You should have an engine.php. So if you have Sublime, make sure your file structure looks like this, or your folder structure. Because right now you're just getting a 404 for that file, and it seems like it's not there. Alright guys, I think I decided what approach I'm going to take to this. This is what I'm going to do. To this, I'm just going to add each league. I'm going to move them outside of the ID. So that instead of having leagues and then my ID and then inside of that I have my two objects, I'm going to move them outside and have them in this outer object, the league object. And then here I have the key as the ID. Instead I'm going to have the key, it's going to be the name of the league, or the queue type, which is either ranked teams or 5v5s. So to do that, I'm going to do this. League. Did we solve that issue? It seems like we did. Thanks for helping him out, guys. You guys are great when it comes to helping each other. So again, I will not get through this stream without, you know, having you guys help each other. So thank you. All right, so my pre-filtering here, where I'm taking each league and I'm just placing them outside of the array they're in, and instead I'm placing them in the league object. So we're gonna see that in my log here once I do. So let's see how that looks. Alright, data. Let's open up league. And awesome. So now our league object, instead of having each league in an array, we have it outside. And now we can quickly identify what queue this is, whether it's team or solo. We can build that into our HTML and not worry about having any issues. Hopefully, we'll see. I'll be right back. Sorry, I gotta get to something at the door. Alright guys, so let's continue here. I think we can work with that. Is everyone alright? Team South for the win. Thank you. Alright, here we go. So now we can pull what's my rank and what's my league name. So I think the most important queue type is rank solo. So let's bind that to the HTML. Guys, I think we're gonna wrap the stream up at as soon as we finish this portion of the project, which is binding a couple extra details to the profile. I hope that sounds good. Yeah, because last time I think we streamed like 4 hours, so we lost track of time there because we were having too much fun. All right, so let's start appending the rank solo queue details, such as what's the name of my league and what's the tier. So here we go. So I think we can put the name. Put the name of the tier like right under the name, or we can either put it to the side as well. Doesn't really matter. Let's try it underneath first. And guys, I'm gonna put a ng if here. This is only gonna show if the summoner has actually played ranked solo queue. Because I think if they haven't placed, they won't get this object at all. So it's important that we are prepared for that scenario where there is no ranked solo 5v5 object. So I did ngif. And then to find out if that key is part of the object or not, all we gotta do is just say ngif rank solo 5v5. Little Smith, no clue what I've done. Failed to load the app. Did your SAMP stop working? Like, are you getting a 404 as soon as you load the page, or is that your JavaScript console error? Failed to load app. So make sure that your summoner.js that you add, did you modify the services? Like, did you edit this code again? Maybe you forgot a comma. Here, let's quickly jump on that hangout again. Alright, let's view that error.
And Chrome.
Oh, the unexpected token right above that. That's your first error, so just go to that line, yep. And then it looks like... Oh, you just didn't finish writing that code.
Oh, did I miss part of the line?
Yeah, you just missed the stream. I'm gonna bring that code up that line and you can copy it, alright?
Yep.
Alright. So here's what we did, and I'll explain this again. Alright, so here, sorry. I'm just doing some pre-arrangement to the object we got back from the API. Just because the way it was laid out, it's not that dependent to always assume that if you have an array of leagues, it's not that dependable to assume that rank solo queue is going to be the first object in that array. So what I did instead is, in that array of leagues I got back, I moved them out to the outer object. So that's what's going on here. I'm looping through each league. That could be ranked solo queue or team 5s or 3v3s. And then I'm simply placing them one object outside of where they are currently. Alright, awesome. Let's proceed. So that's how it looks here. And I was coding the home HTML now. I want to show that detail. So I added this line here. And I added a ngIf just to only show this if we actually got this key back, rank solo 5. If this is missing in here, then it probably means that they haven't placed. So rank solo 5s is probably going to come back. It's not going to be there at all, actually. So I have that ngIf condition. All that's going to do is, if it's false, it's gonna not show this HTML code. If it's true, it's gonna show the HTML code. All right, so let's continue. So what I want to do is under my name, Sal, I want to show what my rank team, my rank league name is, which is, let me see here, it's Cassiopeia's Masterminds, and I want to show gold next to that, or should we show gold and then Cassiopeia's Mastermind? Let's do that. So we'll say tier first. And then right next to that. So already this is kind of looking a little troublesome just to get, you know, 2 parameters. We gotta do this long extensive reference of an object could we have done this cleaner? Yes, but it would have taken a lot more pre-filtering here before we assign the response data to our scope. We could have done some more moving around to arrange things so that we have less extensive, shorter, object references, but I'm trying to keep it as basic as possible and keep it similar to what we're getting back from the API, since this is sort of like a public project we're dealing with here, so we'll keep things like that. Because the more pre-filtering you do, the harder it is for someone to pick this project up and decipher it. They're going to be like, wait a minute, how come this object doesn't look how the API documentation looks? So alright, let's continue. So I think the name of the league is just Q. No, it's not Q, it's name, right? Yep, name. So refresh. Awesome, we got gold. Cassiopeia's Mastermind, maybe we can put a dash right here. And maybe we can even add some styling to this. Make it a little bold. Cool, that looks slightly better. But off the bat, I want to show what gold tier I'm in. So right now it's just showing gold. So let's figure out how to show my gold tier. And guys, I'm gonna make this width a little bigger. So I changed that panel width to 70. Alright, so let's show what tier I'm in. Data. So yeah, that sucks because it looks like I might have to go into this league object, go into rank solo queue, and then look at all the entries, and then I gotta find myself within here, and then I gotta filter out my division. Ouch. So that's more pre-filtering we gotta do, more pre-rearrangement of this response body we're using. And guys, if you know of if you want to suggest some ideas, or maybe I'm missing an API call here, which I'm pretty sure I'm not, go ahead and type it out. But yeah, we'll do what we have to do to get it to how we want it. That's not a problem. So again, all I want to do is just show my division tier. So let's do that. So if we look at our object here, rank solo 5v5s, we got all the entries. That's just an array of objects. And then each object has an ID and a player name. So I'm sure that one of these is me. I'm in here somewhere. Alright. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to do another angular for each inside of this already coded angular for each. So now, right now we have this, and then we need to get an entries. So right now we're in a for loop. We're in a for loop looping through all the entries in each rank type we pulled out here. Unfortunately, we have to do this. We have to get a little dirty. Unless someone comes up with a better idea. I don't mind listening to suggestions. We can talk it out. We're building this together, so. Otherwise, I'm going to continue here. Alright. So this is what we got to do. And all these entries, I got to find... the player or team ID that equals to mine. But let's think about this correctly. It's not going to work the same for ranked teams because we really don't know our team ID. So as soon as we try to do that for the other Q types, yeah, exactly. TSM insanity in a higher level speak. That's basically what we're gonna do. We're trying to work out the low level details of how to do that. So what I'm actually do here is I'm only gonna do it for ranked solo 5v5s. I'm only going to show my rank tier if I have this object in my league's object. So let's do a if condition for that. Alright, so we're only gonna do this if we know that we got this key back. So alright, so I'm gonna make a new variable. It's gonna be an object, and that object is gonna be my object that I find inside of this entries array. So how do we do that? We need to write a function for this. And we're gonna have to write a function for this. And it's better to make this function global. I want you guys to open up app.js. Open up app.js. We're gonna do something I should have done earlier. This is a very useful function that's not really, there's no other way to do it. I'm gonna define a new function, and this function, you can find it on Stack Overflow. I've run into this function back when I first started to do something similar to this. Well, we basically have a array of objects, and I want to get an object in that array where I know a certain attribute or key equals something. So this function is going to return the index where we find that, you know, that matching attribute. So I think I remember correctly, it's going to be array. I'm gonna commit this to GitHub, so don't worry guys. It's just something that I should have had here written already. I use this function like in every project I've done ever since I discovered it, and I discovered it just doing a quick Google search. And I'll explain how I'm gonna use this right now. Alright, so let me see if that actually worked and I didn't break anything. Unexpected token. Summoner.js line 26. Oh, I just forgot to finish this line. So I define a global function here. Alright, so it looks like I messed this up. I wonder if this is even reported in there like this. Oh yeah, it worked. So there we go, my function worked. Oh, we said we are gonna wrap at 10:30. A couple more minutes, and we're gonna call it quits here. Yeah. Alright guys, don't worry, so I'm gonna commit this to GitHub. I just added a function that is really useful in JavaScript, and I'll explain here why. So basically, again, we when we go to our profile here and we look at what we got back from the response, we have data, league, then we have our queue types. We really want to just focus on rank solo 5v5. And here, I know that I'm in a gold tier league, and I know the name, but I don't know whether I'm gold 5, gold 4, gold 3. The only way for me to figure this out is by going into this array of entries, which the entries are just every other summoner in your league. People that are in the same league as you. So technically, somewhere in this long array, you are in here somewhere. So we just gotta find you. How do I find myself? I know my ID. So all I gotta do is build a function that looks through every object until I find the player or team ID that equals to my ID. And then I'm gonna pull that object out, and then I'll be able to see my division. I'll be able to see whether I'm a veteran or if I'm inactive, hot streak, league points, losses and wins. This is really good information. So let's do that. So I got here bar me. So this is what I'm gonna do. I'm just gonna add a reference to that so that I don't have to use this long name. Alright, so this is the array. So now I gotta find the index where I'm at, so I'm gonna do find with attribute. I'm using the function I wrote here, and then this function is going to take the array, the attribute I'm looking for a match, and then the value. The attribute we're looking for a match, or the key, whatever you want to call it. If we look at an object, we're looking for player or team ID. And we know that to find myself, I need to pass my ID, which is in the outer response. Alright, so now that I got this object, I'm going to append it to the league object. I'm gonna bring it out just as I did the each rank queue here. I moved it out of the this array. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move out my ranked solo 5v5 details. I'm gonna put them outside in the league object. So after I have this object here, bar me, I'm gonna say nope, not that. Alright, so there we go. I have that on here. It makes sense also to define this out here as null, so that in case we don't have rank solo 5, so in case this person never plays ranks, then we know that, hey, his solo queue details are null. We know that, hey, there's no information we can gather. And then we can use Angular if conditions to show that this person doesn't have rank. We're almost done wrapping tonight's stream, so here we go. I'm going to show my my link tier next. So first, let's refresh the page and look at how my JavaScript looks. We got data. Then if we go to league, look, oh, that's not right though. My solo queue is null, so it looks like my condition didn't work. So we gotta figure this out. So our function here is not working. So let's test it out. Let's test out that the function I wrote is even valid. So this, essentially, this is what I'm doing. I'm gonna write some mock code here. I'm gonna make a variable called array. Alright, so say if I wanted to pull TSM Insanity from here, and I just know his ID, I'm going to do this. Oh, so this is not working. So let's look at our find with attribute function. Thank you, Mikey B. So this is our function here. Let's walk through it. We have find with attribute equals function. We pass an array. We pass an attribute. And then the value, we're looking for a match. And if that array attribute equals the value, I return I, which is the position of the index. Interesting. Let's log what's going on right here. I'm calling it undefined. So the issue's not there. This is probably like a really simple fix that I'm not seeing here. Oh. So like I said, it's something really stupid. So here I should have I, and then attribute, and that should work. There you go. So the position of TSM Insanity in that array I defined earlier is 1, and I was 0. So that's the fix. So let's fix that in our code. So here we need to put I. New mistake. Just kidding. It happens. Let's look at our object now, and our solo queue object should not be null. Instead, it should have some detail. It's still null. We're almost there. So let's see what array we're actually passing. We might be passing the wrong array. Nope, this is the right array. Am I passing the right attribute? Hmm. Did I misspell this right here? Nope. Of course not, because obviously I saw the log from here. Alright, so let's do this. Let's store that to global variable temp1. Now we have access to our league, and let's actually try to do this. So, I mean, I could have easily looked up another of my projects, or actually just Google this function and quickly found the misspelling or the syntax error, and we could have moved on. But I want you guys to see how I'm debugging. That's really important. So the triple question marks should be okay. It just does it makes sure that this variable is the same type as this one, which is string. Because say if I had just 2 and then this is a number and then this was like a string but with the same number, that will work. But if I had 3 here, it wouldn't. And either way, I'm getting the logs for the function with attribute, so I know that I'm hitting that function in here. So, but let's try this right here. So yeah, I'm mostly doing this so you guys can see how I'm utilizing Chrome developer tools to solve my issue, and there it worked. So it's according to my function, I'm the 8th. Yep, that's me. So how come it's not working here? Should be the index response data. Guys, it's fixed. Aren't we just silly? And there's my here I am. It worked. So what was happening is, because I was defining response data leak solo queue null here in this for loop, if there was one more loop after I found this match, it was overriding it. So that deserves a face palm for silliness. It happens. All right, guys. So we're good. So this doesn't make sense to have it there. If we don't find, if the person never did rank and they don't have this key, they're just not gonna have this object solo queue. So it's not like we needed to define that to null. We can test for that. All right, so we can move on now. So let me look at my solo queue key here, and this is what I'm gonna do now. So where my tier is, I'm gonna put the division. Summoner League, and then solo queue. I feel like I should change this, but it's fine. And then solo queue, I want to get division. And this should show gold 5, gold 3, Cassiopeia Masterminds. So now that we know my tier, I can show the proper icon for that. Which, remember, we have in an image, we have all the league medals. So look at our naming strategy here. We just have bronze and then the number followed by it. And then from the API, we're getting Roman numerals. Hey, D3, DS3, yes. I just lose track of time because I really like doing this. I think our fourth stream actually hit 4 hours. We're going to 3 hours right now, and I'm actually calling it quits very soon. So I just enjoy doing this, man. I enjoy teaching most of all. I'm not claiming I'm the best JavaScript programmer. Obviously, I'm stumbling.
He's being very modest, by the way.
But thank you. So, alright, let's keep going here. So, like I was saying, our icons here, the naming convention is it's not gonna work because I'm getting back Roman numerals from the API. So I can't do the same like ng source and then pass my rank here because of that. First of all, my rank tier is capital, and then the other thing is in Roman numerals. Thank you, Mikey B. So we need to make sure that our icons are gonna be compatible with this API response. So this is gonna suck, but I have to rename all those icons. Thanks, Little Smith. And just to keep things simple, I don't want to spend the whole 5 minutes renaming all of these. I guess I could write a script, but the script would take just as long. Maybe. Yeah, I don't want to do that. I'm just going to rename the one that I know is mine, which is Go 3. And then you guys can go ahead and rename yours. Let me see. Maybe we should write a script to quickly do this. See what happens, man? We just get excited about doing crazy stuff. And now I want to write a script just to rename a bunch of PNGs because I'm too lazy. Yeah. Nice joke there, superb.com. Seriously, making a script is gonna take just as long as doing it. Because for PHP first, man, I'm really excited about PHP 7, by the way. We're on PHP 5 something right now, but yeah, to make the PHP first, I gotta make sure how to read all the files in the folder. Yeah, maybe I'll do the script another time. You know what? I think I have the script I used this morning to download the files. I might have it still, so maybe I can just use that. And so I'm on my laptop here. Give me a second. Yes. But first we need to list all the files in here. All right, let's write the script. And in theory, this is simple. And I mean, we could have used Python for this, but I'm just gonna use PHP. So I'm gonna go ahead and app. Now let's do it in image. New file. All right, so now we need to locate these files. It looks like this right here is just going to return an array with each file name. So let's see how this looks like first. Oh, hold on. I think my... I might have to try this somewhere else. Hold on. Oh my god. I was leaving that in front of it. Yeah, the hashtag. That's Angular right there. Kicking in, not letting me do what I wanted to. Alright, so here we go. This is how it looks like when I use this scan directory. Let's read this. Listen directory inside a specific folder. Sorting order, context. And I got here recycle bin. I don't think I'm in the right folder, so that's why. Alright, didn't find this folder. So this is where we're at. It says scan directory, Angular, low web app. Image. Metals. I've never used PHP, so it's all new to me. Have it read the number at the end of number, yeah. So yeah, we can come up with the algorithm together, guys. I want to get what's my current working directory, so let's do that first. So where am I at? Oh, I'm already in metals. So how come this didn't work? Let's see. Had. But when I run this, I get something completely different. I'm getting my root Windows directory. Oh, you were right. Really? Yeah, good find there, Mikey V. I just thought I was pointing it to the current one, but what I should have done was this. That should have worked too. Yeah, good job, Mikey. All right, so here we got all our files. So now we need to rename them. So, all right. We're gonna use the function we used in Riot API, the preg replace, where this is replacing all the spaces with removing all the spaces technically. All right, so we'll look up how to use that. First, Mikey V, thanks again. Guys, we're writing we're just being silly here and writing a script for fun, just to rename not even 20 files because we're too lazy. And this is what engineering is about. We run into a task that we're too lazy to do. We think, how could I make my life easier? Yes, this gives me the current working directory. So if someone wants to actually try to do this in ID, I don't know, write it up in some website and then send me the syntax if you beat me to it, and then we can use your algorithm. Otherwise, I'm just gonna keep reading through the documentation and just figure it out. All right, so this is what we want to do. I think what makes more sense is let's separate the title or the letters like bronze from numbers. So if we have bronze 4, we want to get bronze and 4 split separately. So I'm going to do this. PHP split string into integer element and string. Oh, this is, you just gotta love Stack Overflow. They just do your work for you. All right, so this is exactly what I want, I think. Let's try this out. It would probably take that long. You guys asked that I write a script. I was just gonna rename them. Yeah, I think I really want to use reference here because I'm going to modify the actual string. If I don't use this ampersand here, and I try to make a change to the value, it's not gonna reflect in the array because I need to reference it. I just want to see how this looks. Hey, it didn't work that well. That's because our number is not even in the front, it's in the back. So that's not good. That's not good, Stack Overflow. You didn't solve my life problems here. Oh, maybe we can fix this here. So let's see. All right, we just gotta flip that around. maybe. Nope. You all need to. You are gonna like this eventually, I'm sure. Probably not. We need to look up break split. And then we need to learn how to use these symbols here, because I was trying to just eyeball it. Alright, so let's look up pattern, the pattern for each string. All right, guys. So we tried that function we got for Stack Overflow, but the way the original poster has it is they have their number before the string. So this, because of this pattern right here, it doesn't work. I kind of know how to do this in JavaScript with the reg expressions, but I'm not too in depth into how to like program my own pattern when it comes to this value right here. All right, so let's try another Stack Overflow solution. Let's make sure we understand this. So this guy has two different, I like that idea. And then what I can do is we got number. Man, I'm so lazy. What? This doesn't work. I want another of those things for. Whoops, forgot to close this. Man, see, it's getting late. I'm having brain farts. I didn't even use this correctly. Let's see, text match, string, number match. Where did you get this from? That's what happens when you rely on Stack Overflow too much. Text match. Oh, string match. So you can use break match all with capture groups one shot. And then what's your? That's where you store your results. Let's try this one. I think this is the same as the other one. Well, isn't that nice? No, it's not. String split. Hey, Mikey B, looks like you came up with a split file name. I see what you're trying to do here. That's a clever way to do it. Because we know the number's always at the end. That's what I'm talking about. Look at that teamwork. String. Let's look at an example. Hello, friends. Oh, okay. Oh, and we have the file extension at the end, so we gotta account for that. So we're gonna go 3, 4. We're almost there, so we took out the extension here. So this is kind of a good start because now we just got the file name alone without no extension. So then we can run this code again. We can run the split again to now how Mikey had originally done it. PNG. So we got runs. Now we're calling this again. We passed the length of this. Oh yeah, this is an array. This is an array now, so we only want the first part of the array. Awesome. There we go. Bravo. The rest should be simple. You guys are cruel. You guys made me write this. Alright, the rest is simple. So now we got the... And let's rename that go 3. Let's put it to how it was before. You guys are cruel. Just kidding. You guys have been great. Alright, here we go. The rest should be simple. So, what's next? Now we just start renaming. we need to have a condition for each number and then convert it over to the to its Roman numeral equivalent. But first, we need this. And I feel like I'm gonna get an error back when I try to rename something. Watch, because I don't have folder permissions. But let's try it. Now I got the file name. Now I split it up. So here is the file name. And then this is how I want it. I want to Here we go. I think we got it. We need some music, right? Man, I wonder if we can legally stream the one of the League of Legends albums, the Pentakill album. Would that get taken down for copyright infringement? Let me know in the chat, and if not, I'll play it. We need to get some hardcore music though, because we're definitely wrapping it up. And we can use the distraction. Alright, this might work. Let's try it out. Whoa, warnings. The system cannot find the file specified on line 19. Okay. Let's see what happened. Maybe I need a /. Oh. Oh. Yeah, I needed the /. Oh, look, guys, it worked, but I forgot. Dang it. Dang it, I forgot to put .png at the end. Well, that should be simple either way. There we go. We made a script just for fun, and we could have been done like 20 times by now. No, time to wrap it up. So why were we doing this? We were doing this just so I can post the right rank image, which now I can do because, yeah, because life is fun. Let's go. Let's go back to our Angular here. All right. It was a good brain exercise. I admit it. Good brain exercise. 12-year-old could have done that though. Quicker. All right, let's keep going. We got solo queue down here. So we got our division, and I know now we also need the tier. Here we go, guys. So I need to get the tier, which is up here. I need to combine that with my division and then just add PNG at the end. So that's going to be another lengthy thingy. So this is what I'll do instead in the summoner.js and the for loop. I'm just going to add the URL to that image in the object. We can do that. Anyone getting 401, make sure you're log into developer.riot games and make sure you use your own API key. If you just pull this from GitHub, it's using an API key that I got rid of. Everyone should have access to their own API key, a development version of it, which is limited to how many responses you can do, but for just building up your own project and whatnot, it's gonna be more than enough. Yep. Oh, and you still got that error, huh? This is what you get though when you have a bad API. I think. But you're getting this from Riot Games, the website itself, huh? What API call are you trying to do? Guys, I'm also can code what I was trying to code here, which is just build up the URL to my rank tier. So I have my me object here already. I'm just gonna add a key to this object. Hmm. Hey, so once you give out your API key, make sure you request a new one. I mean, one of us, we can go ahead and try to test that. Anyone? Protest the hero. I'll check him out. So if you don't know, this this band playing right now, they were contracted by Riot to make an entire album towards a yeah, they made this album entirely for Riot Games, and all the songs are about basically there's 5 champions in the game, and those 5 champions have a skin you can buy. I think it's like a legendary skin. Not an, or is it the ultimate? It's the tier below the highest tier. So these 5 champions have skins or pentakill skins. It's what they're called. And pentakill is like the name of their band. So each skin, it's like them holding like their instrument. For example, Karthus has like a microphone. Olaf has a guitar. KK Kuro. I'm sorry about that though. If you're getting that error from the Riot developer website after logging in, then there has to be an issue there with your account. Yeah. Yeah, let us know which API call you were doing. And are you getting that for every API call? I'm also going to continue here, guys. I'm just building a key to my object here so that I can easily reference the my rank tier image. So right now, so far I got whether the tier name, which is either diamond, gold, or bronze, and next I'm going to get the my division, which is gonna be in it's already in me, and I just got a link here, division. Division. And now I just need to make sure this is .png. I'm gonna save. No problem, Kuros. I'm just gonna wrap it up soon because I've been on for almost 3 hours now. So let's look at our league here, and then on solo queue, I have my rank icon, image, medals, gold 3.png. So now I can bind this part of my object to my HTML. So now if I go to summoner.html, remember we're gonna put our rank tier image on the right here. So here's that. And then now I'm gonna change this to ng source. Two curly brackets for Angular syntax. And what we want is basically the same thing here. My solo queue details, and then here this is going to be solo queue rank icon. Let's see if that worked. And there you go, it worked. So that's pretty good progress for today. I mean, we moved pretty slow, but we're learning, guys. We're learning how to use Chrome developer tools. We're learning how to write PHP scripts that you're only going to need once in your life. We learned a lot today. It's really, the more you do anything in life, you eventually just become second nature, sort of, and you just understand how things are done. Yeah, tomorrow. So under here, well, not tomorrow, maybe Saturday, we'll do our next stream. I don't have a written down streaming schedule yet. So far, I've only had 3 streams. I had one Monday, Tuesday, and then today. I'm debating whether I want to wait until next Monday to do the next 3, or maybe do something in the weekend. It's just that this weekend there's going to be some LCS happening. Hey, no problem, Prodigy. It's good to see you again. I remember you. Don't worry. We're done here, guys. It's okay. We had a lot of fun, though. We had a lot of fun today. I love doing this, guys. Thank you for tuning in for the second time this week. I'll probably just aim for Monday. I think Monday, Tuesday, and Thursday seems like a fair schedule. So we'll stop here. So for the next stream, I think our goal is going to be to, beneath this display here, or this panel, we'll show like the last 10 matches, whether they won or not. Then this rank tier icon, maybe we'll make it pop up a what you call a model. We'll make it pop up a smaller window showing the league and showing everyone in it. So there's a lot to do, and it should be really simple. So we're going to learn a lot as we keep adding functionality to this awesome application. Yep, I'm going to commit right now. I need to fix this issue. I'm trying to ignore my API file, which I'm going to have to request a new one after tonight. So yeah, I'm going to commit. Yeah, it's in there, but for some reason it still keeps detecting it. So I think my .git ignore is not in the right place. I'll do some research and I'll figure it out tonight or sometime before the next stream. But yeah, guys, that does it. I'm gonna sync it up. Alright, that should have synced maybe. What's going on? Yep, thanks for linking that, Little Smith. Okay, I want this to go away, but it doesn't. Oh, there it is. Alright, that's up. So again, that does it for today's stream. Thank you so much for tuning in. Yeah, thanks. Shout out to Nolan. Again, guys, I have a link to his Twitter handle on the Twitch stream. Nolan is just helping me kind of oversee the chat, make sure I answer everyone's question. Nolan is actually working on some game content he's writing on his own, sort of, along with a group of other very talented people. So yeah, on this Twitch page, on the bottom, I have a shout out to Nolan and his Twitter handle. Check his content out. Nolan is a very talented individual that knows how to write. His whole family is like artistic, and Nolan's skills are in writing.
Good, sir.
So yeah, guys, again, I'm ending the stream. Thank you all for watching. We'll probably do one Monday. That'll be the next day. We will continue. Follow me on Twitter if you want to send me a private message if there was something you didn't quite understand, or if you have any other things you want to talk about, send me on Twitter. So until next time. Wait, before we leave, we gotta change the music here. Yeah, good night, guys. Let's change the mood here. So yeah, guys, today was awesome. Have a good night. Until next time. My girlfriend's laughing at me right now. This will be our ending song every stream. Again, follow me on Twitter. See you guys.